so many squads, but really, you have a few teams that do stand out. I'm looking at Xavier, I'm looking at Vampire, these teams that have played so well previously in global events, Jukes, that for SEA, I would say currently are the top contenders of that region.
I mean, yeah, I mean, everyone, before we even started the show, right, we were kind of asked the question, which do we think is the group of death? And I think it is Group Yellow.
This one.
I mean, look at this. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, you got all the top dogs from Brazil coming in here. You got SEA in the mix as well. I mean, I honestly think it's kind of Alpha 7 versus the world at this point, right? I mean, whoa. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Right? We expect, listen, we expect big things from all these other teams.
I'm looking at Vampire.
Alpha 7
or
somebody we don't even expect. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here, Jason.
Okay. I mean, I think a team we don't expect is perfectly fitting considering how we've seen things change up. I mean, for instance, DRX, Max, you have them as one of your team's top 3 from this group. They were, for me, one of the biggest surprises when it came to PMWC because we expected D plus Kia to be the standout team from Korea.
Yeah, and that was the first time we saw that roster. Of course, some players did play globally before, but like that roster, that was the first time playing globally at PMWC. And I gotta say, Jason, they impressed me from the get-go. There were still some little adaptations that I think they should be trying to attempt to make going into PMGC, which is especially focusing a bit more on eliminations. But when it comes to rotations alone, this is clearly a standout team. And with the year they had in PMPS, Jason, they have been just completely dominating the Korean scene. Now I think the next stage for them is going to be to perform globally, and this is the time to do it.
Definitely. And as we can see, obviously, where all the teams came from, we can see how they've been allocated into these different groups as well. And like we mentioned before, we're going to be kicking things off with Group Yellow, which is already insanely stacked here. There's a couple of names in there besides the likes of Alpha 7s that do have a pretty decent chance from what we've seen regionally. But I'm going to throw it out there right now to you, Jukes. Dark Horse, Group Yellow, who is it?
Dark Horse. Group Yellow. I guess I'm gonna say Eco Gaming, baby. Come on, right? Let's go. I mean, Juancho, the man, the myth, the limit. I'm gonna just keep on saying it. In my heart, I think this is the best player in the world, baby. Come on, North America, it's our time to shine. If I don't put it out there, guys, it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do it.
You gotta put it out there in the universe, you know, or else it's not gonna get picked up and potentially run with. But if our schedule for you guys at home, you can see we're kicking off things with Group Yellow this week, Group Red to follow up, and Group Green thereafter. And you do notice at the end, we have a survival stage and a last chance. So we'll get into that in a little bit of time here, but it's good to keep in mind of what groups you want to watch and when to tune in. Max, Dark Horse, Group Yellow.
Dark Horse, Group Yellow. You know what? I can't go my top 3 predictions. That doesn't really work here, but I would like to go for... I would like to go BTR. I want to see them play more aggressive. I got some theories. We'll talk about them a little bit more in depth later on. But BTR, I got some reasons as to why I want to see them do well. I don't feel like we're back in, 2020, Jason. So yeah, BTR.
Okay, well, you can see the format of how it's going to work. And all you really need to know here from all this crazy graphic is top 3 teams from each group will advance directly to the grand finals. Teams in 4th through 11th will have to play out in the survival stage where you have to be in top 16 to make it into last chance, where there's only going to be 6 more teams to come through. So there's not many slots. We have the best teams in the world here going head to head. Honestly, it's anyone's game. And the thing is, it doesn't really become easier. At least in the groups, you do have that safety net of you don't have to qualify for the first time. But, every team out there is hungry. And speaking of hunger, Hot Jukes, $3 million. Everyone wants a bite of that prize pool.
That's a big number right there. $3 million on the line. I mean, this is the quintessential peak of PUBG Mobile Esports. I mean, yeah, Alpha 7 on PMWC. That is unbelievably massive. This is the other show, right? I mean, right at the end of the year, it really all comes down to this.
Yeah, and honestly, you can't really come into this event completely prepared because there's so many wild things that can happen. So many different regions bringing in their own play style, Max, that whatever might be comfortable for you when it came to your region, it might not work for you when on the global stage.
Well, Jason, after PMWC, I think we can all somewhat agree. Edge is not the way.
That's true.
Edge meta
yeah, it's crazy.
It's good when you got feeder teams, right, Jukes? But when you have all of these incredibly stacked teams that sure have different playstyles, but when it comes down to it, they can frag out. If they take a 4-on-4 fight, it's almost a 50-50 split between all the squads. Center is the way if you want to go really far. It's been proven by Alpha 7 back in PMWC. So if you're Edge, you might be having to or speed up your rotates a bit or completely change the way you approach your strategy here.
For sure. I mean, I want to see development big time because that was proven in the last tournament. I mean, Alpha 7, I think the reason why they won the whole thing was because they played Edge for so long. So when they were stuck in those positions, more often than not, they figured out a way to kind of get out of there and still put points on the board. But when they decided to just, hey, let's no longer do this, it's too risky, let's just play center.
Yeah,
man, I mean, they just destroyed everybody. So yeah, I mean, definitely central play style is going to be the way, unless somebody proves us something different here in this tournament.
Well, let's start to focus on a couple of teams here, Max. If I were to throw it to you with one team to talk about in particular, who would you want to bring to light here for everyone at home?
I kind of want to talk about a team that I feel like nobody really knows too much about, which is Miran Sejong in particular, here coming out from Korea. And this is a team that some of the players have played internationally before, especially looking at Hoxie that played in PMGC 2023 and just this back. He's played actually since 2018 in Star Challenge, Jason. So he's an absolute OG for MSJ. But this is a team that really has been ramping up the entire season locally in PMPS. And they are so damn aggressive, Jason. I really mean it. This team, if they get into the late game scenario, they're going to go out with 10, 15 eliminations. They really have such a strong hold on these late game situations that I think they could be an absolute threat in this lobby for first time global tournament for this roster. So, you know, we might not know too much about MSJ, but keep an eye out. They might just surprise you.
Okay, well, Hot Chicks, I know you're talking a lot about Inca, but before we can hop into that, you got to take a look at how our matches will be played out today, our battlegrounds for you guys at home. We got Sandhawk coming up first, followed up by 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And if you're not familiar, this is how we've been kind of doing things over in CSA. I don't actually remember if EMEA runs the exact same order as well, but I know we have different PMSLs where things are a little bit different. Like, right, Hot Chicks, you're coming from America, where you have double point days. And Max, as we know, you got to try doubly hard on those double point days. But I think this might be a slight change. And do you think this is maybe an advantage or disadvantage to teams coming from Americas to not being able to rely on the double points?
I think it is, because they're going to have to be consistent, but at the same time, right, when you have 3 Erangels back to back, that's going to give you time to just, you know what, focus on the same game, be able to make some slight little tweaks here and there, and be able to make those adjustments, because they're going to definitely need to here. I mean, this lobby is stacked all the way from top to bottom. So, I mean, you got to be able to make the right plays at the right time.
It's going to be tough. I would definitely say, Hot Jukes, you know, I know I did kind of mention Inco. Was there any team in particular you wanted to talk about when it comes to Group Yellow?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Inco, and I think I got to talk about it because I hope that I'm going to talk about them a lot more later, right? But just in case that doesn't happen, I'm going to talk about them right now. I mean, Inco qualified here through PMGC points. When it came to PMSL, they performed terribly, right? But they're going to be our NA... They're going to be our NA representatives here. I mean, I'm hoping it's one of those cases where they're like, you know what? We're just going to practice what we need to do in PMSL and focus and, you know, for PMGC, because that's the only excuse that I could really give them here at this point.
I gotta say, this might be one of the first time that I'm actually supporting an NA team to some extent, because give this man a DBS and you'll see success to some extent. So, yeah, I mean, maybe the best result we'll see from an NA team globally, Jason. We'll see, okay? Looking good right now.
Okay, you know, I didn't really know where to go with that when Hot was saying, you know, Inco doing terribly. I'm like, but you're supporting them.
They were so bad, I love them. Fantastic.
It was so bad. It was 13th place in PMSL Americas, and it's not really the ideal way to get into this event. But then again, you do have the likes of IFC who finished similarly when it came to CSA, but they obviously did get in from a special invite. We'll talk about IFC a little bit later on. But you guys at home who are curious about what device our players are using, it's Infinix GT20 Pro. You get yourself 120 FPS while playing on its 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Not to mention, this has been basically the official smartphone here all year. So if you want to play like the pros, make sure you pick one up yourself, because Max, I think you and I don't know, Hot Jukes, do you actually have one? Because we got one at PMWC.
That's a group yellow
come on, PUBG Mobile, where's mine at? I need one of those.
You want this, Hot Jukes? You want this? You want this, huh? Yeah. Huh? Grab it, just grab it.
Performance right within my grasp.
I get mine later. We'll just flex him. He'll be sandwiched between two of them.
Yeah, that's the best way. But you guys also who are watching, make sure you check out PMGC 2024 over on TikTok. And if you post any content, make sure to use that tag as well, because we'd love to see how you guys are watching the show, who you're rooting for, or maybe you want to make fun of me, which doesn't happen often. Typically, it's over towards the way of Max Ben. And of course, check out all of our social media channels as well here over on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Max, I have to ask you. How did it look to you on the show today? Has that caught you off guard?
A little bit. You know what? I was expecting it after the rehearsals, but no, you're good. You're good, Jason. So thank you.
I am saving it for this right here over at the grand finals. If we're lucky enough to be there, you guys can actually get tickets still at the moment happening the 6 through 8 over in the UK. I know John and Blink are extremely happy about this because this has to be one of the shortest travels for them to an event ever. But it's going to be an exciting event. It's going to be hype. Make sure you guys check out and pick up your tickets when you can. And Hot Jukes, I mean, we talked about PMWC as being uncertain. And I think it was hands down until now the most competitive event we've had in PUBG Mobile history. I'm curious, and I have a feeling that PMGC is going to be even better considering we have more teams from more regions.
Hands down. This is gonna take it to an entirely different level here. I mean, just look at these groups. Look at these squads that are coming in. I mean, the level of details that these players have, just really the attention that they put in has just leveled up as time's gone on, and it's only gonna get higher here as years go by. I mean,
if I'm at home watching IHC be crowned with those sick gold jackets, man, I want one of those. Hopefully we see those again this year. But our teams to focus coming into our first match here. For me, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, BTR, Hot Juke, you can see Alpha 7, Inko, Twisted Minds, and Max, Direx, Twisted Minds, Mira, and Sejon. We all have Twisted Minds. Maybe we should talk about that here, actually. Max, go ahead.
I mean, it's interesting we have Twisted Minds, but I think that when it comes to global events, right, they have so many big names from different regions. I mean, just to go through the names, and I'm sure that you've heard about all these names in some way, shape, or form. Doran, Freak, Coops, Lord, Robs. Sorry, I went a bit hard at these French. Like, this is really a super team that has performed really damn well locally, right? When it comes to fragging power, you put Lord, you put Coops, you put Robs all together. These guys are just going to absolutely shred it. And I was talking to Robs actually a few days ago, Jason, because they're 5 players, they're going to do some kind of rotation. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to work out for them, because we see rotations all be super successful for the likes of maybe 4MV and other teams that tried and kind of failed. So I mean, with these big names, it could be fantastic or it could fall flat on its face. So I want to see how this opening day is going to go for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and Hot Jukes, I mean, you know Coops, obviously playing back in NA before. I think the most impressive thing about Twisted Minds is coming together like this before the fall season of PMSL EMEA and placing second at the end of it. I think that's a testament to like how well they're vibing together as a team.
I mean, so strong. I mean, it's so crazy. The Twisted Minds is really the only team that had 2 different squads, right, qualify here. And at the end of the day, they had to pick, you know, what team do we go with? Do we go with our Brazilian squad? Do we go with our other region? By the way, shout out to those boys out there, man. They really crushed it, you know? At the end of the day, they ended up picking the squad with Coops, you know? And I can't blame them, because, I mean, when it comes to global events like Maxman mentioned, these guys have been there so many times. They are seasoned. They are ready to go. And it's their time to shine. But at the end of the day, they're going to have a big hill to climb for sure.
And speaking of hills to climb, I mean, I feel like if it comes to PMGC, we always have to mention this team. Team Spirit, I have them as one of my teams to watch, and I'll kind of explain why. I feel like we just don't know what kind of team we get out of Kitsune and Co. Sometimes they do extremely well. Sometimes they're a big letdown, thinking back to PMWC. They've obviously massively leveled up since then with their victory being the champions of EMEA Fall. Yeah. But Max, like, I just really don't know what roster we're going to get. I know the highs they can have, but we also know the lows they can have. And that's the thing that makes it so hard to know how they're going to perform.
Look, we know fragging power-wise, like, you got Effect, you got Nomi, you got Matic. You're looking good. Like, you can take on this lobby to some extent, okay? I just want to see, Jason, Hotrix, are we going to see Kitsune make it past the 10-minute mark in the game? If he does, I'm telling you, we're up for success. But no, for real, I think that ever since the addition of Matic, which is weird to say, just rejoin the team now, but I think they could look really good, and I think that they took a really big L at PMWC. If there's any time they're going to wholly rethink their strat when it comes to global events, I think this is going to be the time. So no, day one can be a bit weird, but I do want to see them make it through, maybe through the survival stage. I think top 3 is going to be rough in this group, Jukes. I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like there's potential there for Team Spirit to go far.
Let's put it this way, man. When I was at PMWC, I saw Kitsune like leave the game within 5 minutes all day long, right? But at the end of the day, dude, I just would see him just with sunglasses on, soaking up some Saudi Arabian sun, you know? Like, you know, just having not a worry in the world. And that just shows confidence, because he's like, you know what? I'm going to come back at PMGC, Jason. I think that's what he was thinking the whole time, right?
I think there was definitely like a slight rebuilding period for them, obviously bringing in Matic, and obviously before then Kitsune joining the team. And then we also saw Naomi end up leaving. I think they definitely have the potential. And again, Kitsune, I think he's, I don't know, I feel like he's like definitely one of the smart, like, one of the smartest in-game leaders. Like, I feel like he has a really good understanding of what his team can and can't do. It's just about moving those pieces correctly. But one team here we're going to have to mention, as we can see on the screen, Team Vampire, man. If we're talking about, we have been mean to them quite heavily, I'd say, before PMWC, because they always do well when it comes to international events, at least when it's invitationals, but they suck regionally. They come out as the champions of PMSL SEA Fall, and they performed really well at PMWC. Max, I think we're seeing a completely different Vampire, and I want to support them because they finally start to look good now in all aspects.
Yeah, we want to see them be more than just PMWI back-to-back champions, right? I want to see them actually do well out of PMGC. And I think Tony K in particular, Jason, tried to prove you wrong. You're like, Tony K, no, not doing too great locally. And he's like, no, I'm going to be MVP. Sit down, Jason. We're going to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, Vampire, I gotta say, in particular, are playing a lot more aggressive, which is what I like. They're ready to suffocate teams out in the blue. I've watched a few of their games in SEA. They are just a jack of all trades. They are a very by-the-book team, but in a good way. They can play aggressive, they can play passive, wide rotates, quick rotates, edge, center. Their adaptability is second to none. And I feel like in a lobby like this, when you're kind of going in the unknown because you got all these clashes of metas from different regions, Vampire Esports team really could have a magnificent start here on the first day. It's Halloween too. It's Spooky Day. It's Vampire Esports. Let's get it. It's great.
I always expect you to come in with a wig today, Max, actually.
Nothing can hide this hairline.
Well, I didn't say that. But Hodgix, obviously, in your opinion, what's the biggest ability a team should be able to have when you go from playing locally to global like this? We only have a minute left until we get into the first game, but adaptation for me is one of the big things that stands out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big thing when it comes to a tournament like this, especially off the rip, is these teams kind of coming together and having a good idea of where they're going to drop, right? That's going to be number one. So off the rip, we may see a hot drop or two. It's possible for a team that's just like, no, like we're going to take this spot no matter what happens. So if you can avoid that situation, I think you're going to be in a really, really good position.
Can we bring you over to talk to some teams in CSA? CSA, man, hot drop Picado every single time with Stalwart, which we will see obviously in a later group. But yeah, very good point. Hot drops, I think you definitely want to avoid those early on, though they might happen, but it is a 4-day event, right? So you do have the time and the ability to have some bad initial matches. But it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we are right around the corner from kicking off the first match of Group Yellow, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. Gonna be over on Sandhawk and be brought to you by our two lovely casters of John Allen and Blake.
As it is, of course, Sandhawk over in the jungle. My name is John. With me is Blank, and it's time to go global. Let's get in.
Let's get into this one right now, John. Straight over towards Sandhawk. First game of the day here in Group Yellow. First day of the tournament as well, as we get teams out of our plane into the map. Always nice start with Sandhawk here. Nice little bit of quick action to get us kicked off into the PMGC mood.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of practice games, a couple of scrims on these matches, so we'll see if teams are going to adjust around it. Over on the south side, maybe Major Pride and Inco going to clash a little bit. They're quite close, but could separate out. Alpha 7 with a little North Scout from McGrellin, but that should be folded in nice and quickly. The rest of it seems fairly diplomatic over the rest of this map.
Yeah, I think that once you get to a PMGC, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Jason is completely justified in complaining about hot drops because they ain't fun a lot of times. However, once you get towards a PMGC, this is where you really do want to take things to the next level. You want to be able to make sure you're getting positions that you have tried to claim throughout all of your regional basis, right? And a lot of teams will look into that, be like, this team has won out in Picado multiple times. Team Spirit's won out in Boot Camp multiple times. So we'll just leave that to them. And this is what it's all been building up towards realistically. So for these teams, I can't imagine there's going to be too many crazy things going on. A lot of that regional hot dropping was to secure positions for some of the biggest tournaments in the world, like PMWC, EWC, as well as PMGC here right now before we head towards those grand finals, as we said, in London, which was not the closest commute we've had all year, John, is it? It's from the bedroom to the office.
Absolutely, yeah. My own commute this morning, total of 10 seconds. Turning on the computer, getting ready, getting locked in. But either way, it's exciting to be here. We didn't even have to pack a suitcase. We are going on towards Twisted Minds over in the north side. A team that the desk touched on quite a lot, and a team that we're very familiar with, having covered the EMEA region, right? This was a team that was built on fragging potential, right? But we saw some real maturations, I think most notably from Doran over the course of EMEA, really settling into a little bit more of a supportive role. But we know that they have such a massive ceiling on their fragging potential. From the north side in Cal, though, with the circle as it sits, it's a little bit of a treacherous journey right now because it did go southwest on this circle shift.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, Doran used to be a little bit of a young whippersnapper, right? Biting at the heels of a lot of squads, but honestly, he's changed a lot since then. He was a crazy fragger back in the day, and still arguably is, but someone had to take that backline role, and I think that he started to pull that one up quite nicely, which is good to see. And it's something that Twisted Minds desperately needed, is someone to take a bit more of a defensive guardian role within the team, because they have so many strong players to put as that vanguard of the squad. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Taking Cow as well is a smart choice. I think that they've seen firsthand how successful it can be for teams like Brute Force, who start up towards Cow and work their way down. A lot of those Tap Mock wins are built off the back of a Cow drop, but we are heading down towards that southwest side, where we do have Miran Sejong as well as RSG alongside with Bro Harame, who are back again for another innings here in a global tournament.
I was slightly worried about RSG guarding out Team Spirit. They did drop on the south of boot camp on that split around the area, the compounds around there, and they did grab quite a lot of loot. I was worried that they were going to guard Team Spirit, which in general has been their kryptonite on this boot camp rotation. Hang on a minute. Pause that. Inco rolling straight on into Major Pride, but two of them getting torn down, a third as well. NA's last hope? Nah, no hope, mate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like that had to be one of the, I hate to say it, one of the worst crashes I have seen at a global stage in a long time. I don't know what the game plan was. I guess that it somewhat goes quite poorly, considering quite a few players were already on the outside preparing to leave themselves. So when that crash comes through, there's 4 angles already looking towards you. Yeah, a weird one. A very, very weird one. Inco dips out in the first 4 minutes of the match. Almost instantaneously. Yeah. That's
not outlasting Kitsune is very sad.
Well, this is the thing, though. I think people are hating on Kitsune right now. I think this guy does survive quite a while into a lot of our games, and he was definitely changing things up towards the end of EMEA 2. And I think Kitsune is becoming a bit more of a rock for that team, as opposed to trying to play the bird's eye view IGL they used to in the past, which is, you know, a tactical death into grabbing yourself more position in the old commander's seat.
It's a nice way of talking about questionable scouting decisions, but sure. Alpha 7 gonna be the team that a lot of people are focused on right now. They have been trying to lead from the front, right? This is the team that came in, broke their curse over in Riyadh in the middle of the year for PMWC, and now they're looking to take the glory title here at the Global Championship. A team that really, really wants one of those top 3 spots, but they've got to prove it to us. The spot that they've got right now in the circle, pretty happy with it. They have got this compound under control. They're fairly clean into this circle as well. And they're pretty central, so it shouldn't be too much of a struggle for them to be getting in towards the top 7.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, they're a strong team. They're a very, very strong team overall. I mean, everyone on that team is particularly good at the game. It was nice to see that they held on to McGrellin as well, because I think there were rumors that he would have been leaving after PMWC, however, stuck with the squad, and I mean, understandably so, after getting yourself a big dub over in Riyadh.
Just escaping the spray downs there, but only by a sliver. Still, Loops will get through with 1. De Muerte still on the northeast side, with Loops trying to break through. You've got DX Xavier a little bit closer to that southwest side in Painan. So a little bit of a traffic jam developing on the west side of Quarry.
So we do have our circle close soon. Miran Sejong playing a very, very passive playstyle over towards that western side, around Tambang. And no one really taking control of ruins either is a curious one to me. I mean, even if you just want to take control of that plateau over towards the eastern side of it, not a bad position to play. It's slightly exposed, but there's plenty of hard cover around that area to keep yourself in shape. It's a curious one for BTR as well as Team Spirit, because they have really had absolutely no contest on their rotates downwards. Most people are more concerned about getting towards the center. The desk was talking about what makes for a good team coming into a global tournament like this, and they said adaptation, but there is a little bit more that can be said about that, because it's a question of understanding the playstyles from multiple regions. You can get caught off quite a lot if multiple regions play the same way in terms of taking a quick central approach as opposed to playing edge. But if everyone plays center and you're one of the few teams that likes to play over towards the edge side of the circle, you can have a huge amount of control and a lot amount of space to work with. So it's kind of looking slightly deeper than just adapting as the days go on, but having that first day impression. Even just map one here on Sandhawk have been like, right, there's a lot of central teams right now, we could probably get a lot done over towards that edge side of things. But yeah, it's a bit more split up than I would have expected to start things off. And I think people are being very cautious going into day one here of the PMGC group stage.
I would agree with you, almost everyone though. Harami Bro, they've tried to hold a 2-2 split on the Central Island, leaving 2 towards Painan. They've now lost one of those and sent the other 2 all the way out west. They've now regrouped slightly after losing a player to DX Xavier. So definitely the team playing with the most risk right now. And it is absolutely coming back to bite them here as Alpha 7 find their south point as well. And they've just lost half of their team in the blink of an eye. So a little bit too bold on that split for my liking for Harame Bro. DX Xavier still the arbiters in Painan, but we saw a couple of players moving in on that south side as well to try and get past that Painan roadblock.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a symptom of the circle, and something that I don't really think Harame Bro was sort of expecting, because I think that some teams do come out of their regions feeling like they're on top of the world. They can take a lot more space than potentially expected, which is fair enough. However, you come towards a tournament like this, you can't really take those 2-2 splits, especially on this circle. Like I was saying, there's a huge amount of compounds available, a lot of positions to play that are fairly safe. So for teams, it's not really a case of, oh, we're going to wait on the edge and we'll allow other teams to take 2 positions on the map. No, they're going to be sending straight towards some of these compounds to pick up positions for themselves, because it's one of the few circles that can hold this amount of teams early on in the game, which is certainly interesting to see. So I think Harame Bro just makes a slight mistake there, assuming they could take much more space than potentially they're allowed to. A lot of foliage on our screens here, John.
Yeah, so needs a little bit of a trim, that one. I'll get the gardeners on it. We'll send them on through. Vampire, we're going to try and cut their way through the dense undergrowth from the north side, out in the blue zone. Not too many players in contest for it, but they have to cross from that north island. Coming in late, maybe teams are a little bit less aware of it. I'm looking at the BTR crossing right now against Team Spirit's hold. I think that's going to be a little bit of a pop-off into stage 3, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. Zeus definitely could have an impact on that, as Zeus have just landed over towards boot camp and will be breaking their way down. So potential for a third-party engagement. I feel like Team Spirit could start to break out towards the southwest, leave from this compound and allow those 2 teams to face off against each other, pick up the pieces there on the north side.
Yeah, it's a curious one for BTR, because I think that what most people do say about them, and what Max has said multiple times, is that their rotates typically are very strong, but they are not fighters, man. They're not fighters. They don't like to take a lot of these engagements too often. They much more play it by the book, a bit more calculated, pushing the glasses up the noses and looking for a more tactical approach here. But yeah, a lot of times from that position on that north side, you do need to sort of take some kind of contest with a team that plays confidence. But we do head over towards ruins, and I'm glad to see Sejong do make that movement from that western side. They take up the lower ground in ruins, as well as picking up some compounds up towards that south side. They could potentially regroup here, and I probably would suggest it. Though what they don't know is that there is multiple teams that have opted for a north towards the east to sort of get away from that, which has given Vampire and BTR arguably a ton of movement to be had in these next couple of circles, and Alpha 7 getting caught off here.
2 knocks already, and Horror is going to absolutely capitalize on that opportunity. 2 players down from one of the strongest teams in the lobby. They are absolutely racking up those assists, symbiotic in nature, but there's a little bit of a bite back here from Alpha 7 up the hill. as McGrellan tries to get those shots down towards Ora in response. Sky now holding down Solo. Spray down, looking to try and stop this flank from coming on through. You can see that Ora is split Alpha 7 with the remaining duo a little bit more together. McGrellan moving in, Revo on that flank angle. Doesn't have too much to play with here, but steps out wide, and that's a bad time. McGrellan able to put him down in the dirt, but there's a response yet again. Tries to go for a second, but Revo has his number, and Alpha 7 stays strong.
Yeah, incredibly smart move there from Alpha 7. You love to see it. I mean, this is what makes them a championship team, right? Because in that situation, they get the high ground. They see they're all exposed out in the open. Instead of just sending off in the distance, they think to themselves, the vehicle's exploded. They're all near it. Got to be two at least low. So they quickly capitalize on two of those elims and then have the confidence to push back down the hill using that high ground advantage. Revo, even with the wide swing, trusting in his teammate McGrellan to pick up that elim over towards the left-hand side. Yeah, really, really well played to Alpha 7 there. Always making the best out of a bad situation is something you absolutely have to do, especially on Sandhawk, where things can go south pretty quick.
DXavier have been very controlling over this east side. First in Painan, they transition out to the west side. You can see they have this hilltop now almost fully under control. A little bit of an incursion happening from De Muerte, but that's fairly easily handled, it seems. Still, you got Foops, man, out in the off angle there, and Tresley down the hill for De Muerte. But DXavier, they are unfazed right now, moisturized, flourishing in their lane.
Yeah, I think for DXavier, probably one of the most improved teams over multiple years. They used to be not a team that I was the massive fan of, and I'm not afraid to admit that either. Used to be a lot of circle look that got them towards the end style of these tournaments. But yeah, they've just improved so much. I mean, Levi's extremely good fragger. Paragin, one of the best naders in the world. It's really, really nice to see. You know, I'm so happy to see a team stay together, even throughout the bad times, and just be like, let's make this work. And with Adete being moved into the team now, potentially he's going to bring something a little bit extra to the squad as well.
Well, is it going to be... Well, my dark horse pick for this group is Zeus. I feel like they've definitely got legs here, coming into this one as almost a full rookie roster, and looking to put on a show here at PMGC. If you can take down Paragin with a taste of his own medicine, the nades, could find some impact here, but Darkin gives their position away a little bit, and now DXavier are into another fight. Another attempt to take this hilltop away. But that nade, just goes a little bit long on Maniac. Paragin now behind the rock, has got that backup coming in through. It's not going to connect with the nade yet again. Hang on, don't take that back. Almost immediately going down, has to back up, has to go for some healing, but Zeus are being taken down on the off angle. Nothing really they can do about it. Those sprays looking good, but DXavier eating rounds as well as Tresley from De Muerte. Angle at the back.
Yeah, for Zeus, it's going to be a complete reset on this fight, though. And they know they need to get moving. Right side, they're outside of the blue, so they need to get inwards. DXavier, though, it is Lamborghini to look behind over towards De Muerte. Tresley just sending those nades over the top, looking to finish off Levi's, who makes a quick crawl out towards the south here. Yeah, very, very well done. De Muerte try and pick up some elims off the back of that one. But again, both teams here, Zeus as well as DXavier, unwilling to go down without a fight, so immediately get their reset on board. And you're right, for Zeus, they are an unbelievable rookie team coming into PMGC. Very, very strong. I think the best thing about them is they're not afraid to take these engagements. They just really aren't nailing these shots over towards DXavier right now, because they didn't let that get to them, especially in PMSL EMEA. They were like, yes, we are a new team, but we're ready to tango with some of the best.
A thorn in the side. Tresley, De Muerte, able to do so much damage, draw so much attention from DXavier, and Zeus look to amputate half the roster. An excellent capitalization, a lack of fear, and it's panned out well for them. Two players from Bro up the hill. DXavier now on the back foot against Tresley. That is looking nasty for them. Hopefully, they're going to be able to push in from the east side, but all eyes on MSJ here in the middle of this map, in this hold-up compound. They have a lot of power here in the middle of this one to control the west, north, and south.
Hello, Mr. IGL sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, for so like.
And sort of what I would expect from a squad like that. Squads typically in the past have had some very, very darn good.
ভাই চুল কাটতে গেছিলাম ভাই মাত্র ঢুকলাম বাসায়
New haircut নাকি ভাই?
But rotations
কাটলাম ভাই কোনো মতে
down to a T, and it was a nice rotate, you know, scouting out ruins and immediately
কি ফয়সাল কি করতে গেছিলা?
চুল কাটতে গেছিলাম।
ও আচ্ছা। একটা কথা কইতে চাইছিলাম, স্ট্রিমে আসি বলে কইলাম না।
বলেছিল ভাই, লজ্জা পাবো।
না না তো কেন?
ফসল ভাই একটা প্রেডিকশন দেন, সেকেন্ড কে নেবে?
কে নেবে চিকেন
ফয়সাল,
ওটা?
ইনকোর পুশ দেখছিলা ফয়সাল?
না ভাই, আমি ঢুকছি 5 মিনিট আগে।
ইনকোর পুশটা দেখলে পুরো শার্পেক্সের কথা মাথায় আসছে।
চিকেন তো ভাই এমএসজে নেবে না ভাই, এমএসজে একটু মাঝখানে বসে আছে একদম।
এটা করলো শার্পেক্সের কথা মনে করতেছে। Everything reminds me of him.
PMGC up into the fight here. The DBS for Kitsune. He folds back behind this cliff face, but is going to get pressured in by the blue zone. They will be able to heal up, and RSJ should be able to take this fight in hand. Kitsune, you're done for.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to get at least
Neither pride ভালো বলতেছে।
It's a pretty tall task for him. I think for Vampire, they realised that, look, there's not much they could do over towards that western side. DRX had already done a bunch of damage towards them, so they just made the gamble on what they thought was a third party. It was actually just RSG cleaning up.
They're on 8 limbs now, obviously, said with those 4 early. So they're having a great time now. I feel like RSJ may be overcommitted to guarding out Team Spirit. Obviously, it's great to remove that pressure, but now they've got a really tough transition ahead of them.
Yeah, RSG, I mean, from that north side, they did well, but I don't think that they capitalized too quickly on getting rid of Team Spirit. I think at that point you need to wrap down towards the eastern side, try and clear out Bro Harame. I think at that moment where Vampire goes in, it sort of puts their situation in a little bit of turmoil, right? I think there's panic coming through from at that point in time. So there was a clear path of how to deal with Bro Harame. They were just not quick enough as DRX. Similarly, with some speedy maneuvers over towards this side of the map, but it really is the last-ditch attempt from them. Nade goes along, so as will live, but that's just for the time being as Major Pride racks up 9 elims in this match.
Yeah, very hotly contested rotate there for DRX. They try and make a bit of a mad one, but it's not going to work out. Top 4 now as Major Pride up to 9 eliminations, looking to put up the double digits on the cards from the south side. AZ moving forwards, I think a really important move that they've made there. They're playing 3-1, a bold forward push, but they know where these threats are on this north side. They know that MSJ are holding down this northwest edge.
Hey, Shedex ভাই দেখি
It's an important position to take, and we talked about this multiple times in the past as well, John, where
Shedex
you're in
ভাই
a position like this compound down towards the southeast side. It's a little bit far from the center of the circle, so you want at least an outpost to feed information back to the team. Less about getting knocks and elims, so it's nice and easy able to pick them up, but more about passing that information back to a team that is a little bit out of the picture right now. At this point in time, they can start moving up towards those compounds down over towards the western side, but they're likely not wanting to give up too much of this high ground that sits towards the south on top of these buildings to get maybe a couple of more elims. Now, the big test is here for Mirin Sejong versus Bro Harame. It's a game where they've made good rotates, but can they take this through all the way to the end?
Nice nade onto the back lines there, slows the roll of Harame Bro, but they've already taken a little bit of a hefty hit. 2 players, well, 1 player fully down, Hoxie as well. Low needs to get rest here. Major Pride will deal with Harame Bro in the meantime. It's 5 eliminations for them, but they are out. So 2 teams remain, and one of them trapped on the hilltop here. And immediately Major Pride going to move into control. This is a really great start to this tournament for Major Pride. They're up to 12 elims. They're looking for 15 with the 3 remaining on the map. But there's a nade over towards AZ, so the 4 position a little bit weakened. However, the backup is already there. They're flowing across these hillsides. Nice maneuvers coming on through from Major Pride. Element tricks. A nade over towards Jisoo, but he stays alive behind the rock.
Yeah, I think the difficulty right now for Mirror and Sejong is just utility. The amount of elims that Major Pride's been able to pick up, their utility is looking very strong. Final looking for potentially a nade over towards Elementrix. They know his position. He's being pushed by the blue now. We'll have to sit in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it's empty chicken.
Upwards. Have they spotted this? I don't think so.
Elementrix's left flank covered by his team, but the right flank not so happy. Major Pride lose a
Back
forward
to the
player.
third.
They have managed to get their
Yes,
other
sir.
player at the back lines back up, but they'll need
Skin
to go
gone.
through and save this one from going down. Becca low. Evo Station will not be tagged by that nade though. And that is going to give them a little bit more confidence on that flank. However, they've trapped themselves. They've moved up, and all of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. MSJ have a real chance here. Mirren Sejong need that 4 point to work, but it just doesn't go their way. Final blocked by his teammate there on the shotgun shells, and it will be the rally over the top for Major Pride. Jae-Suk cannot handle the heat. And it's
Major Pride is
to
chicken.
kick us off with the first chicken dinner.
I mean, for Major Pride, very well played. I mean, a good movement up towards that northern side to
Hi,
challenge
Kala-
Sejong, especially the circle moved away from. You got to give them credit with the fact that they've basically not had to move too much this game in terms of just moving slightly upwards, and that compound they held for such a long time.
কিলো তো নিছে কত 15 কিলো মতো নিতে পারছে 15 না বেশি
Down towards that southeast side, John.
12 ছিল
Good start.
They get a few unlucky grenades. I actually think that could have completely gone in the opposite direction if Finals Nade had done a little bit more damage. It was perfectly cooked, but the angle just wasn't quite right there. And I think in that moment they
MSJ গ্রেনেড প্রপারলি কানেক্ট হয় না হইলে এক গ্রেনেডে মরতেছে
position, but he's basically of no help. There was so much cover on that eastern side, but very, very well played to Mirren Sejong in terms of rotations, and very well played to Major Pride, just in terms of that firepower.
Yeah, I really liked some of the maneuvers that were happening in that game. I think we're in for a treat here for Group Yellow. I'm a particular fan of the DX Xavier position over in Painan as well. But that is going to close down our first entry to the jungle as we're heading back on over to the desk, break it down and set us up for the next one.
Well, the unexpected start is one way I'll talk about this match. Major Pride coming out with the first chicken dinner here of Group Yellow in the first day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships League stage. Max, man, I gotta throw it straight to you. This, to me, was so damn unexpected because in CSA, Major Pride was a big letdown when it came to the league stage. They came through 5th place.
হ্যাঁ ভাই সিলেটে
Pull off this many eliminations as well.
পরীক্ষা কবে শেষ নাকি
Day one, that I think is a testament to how much they
জি ভাই
focusing and
পরীক্ষা
improving
শেষ
in the
নাকি আছে
ওকে খালি একটা হইলো আর চারটা আছে
Jason, you were talking about it during the game too. Normally, they are a very big.
পরীক্ষা যে আমি দিলাম আনসার একজনের সাথেও মিলে না 35 জনের ইয়া ছিল মানে সেকশন একজনের সাথে একজনের আনসার মিললাম
কি ত্রিপলি নাকি
হ্যাঁ
ত্রিপলি নাকি ত্রিপলি কোর্স নাকি
না না সিএসসি করছে
সিএসসি এর
আমি নাকি আরে এই যে ডাটা স্ট্রাকচারটা
ও ডাটা স্ট্রাকচার তো অন্য জিনিস থিওরি
ফিনিক ভাই
Take advantage of it.
ভালোই লাগে
Sandhawk. I mean, Sandhawk, you never know what's going to happen, and if you get that opportunity, you got to take it, and they did. I mean, they land there on the south side near Camp Charlie. The zone goes in their direction.
Sharpest way,
They
no,
just
sure.
hold off the fire. I mean, 8 eliminations from Becca off the rip. You couldn't ask for a better start here, Jason.
And for a team, I mean, we were watching and I was saying like, oh, Major Pride, don't tell me they're just doing the play for late game, play passive the whole time. Then I looked at their limbs and they're sitting there on like 8 limbs at the time. And I'm like, but how? What the hell? Like, is this a completely different team? Like, this team is completely changed from what we saw in CSA. And I'm not going to say it's necessarily fully changed, but this is not the Major Pride that we saw when it came to the league stage of CSA, and you have to give them credit. Like, we know how much they love playing on the high ground, Max, especially with Becca there. They use that time and time again when it came to the PMSL, and to see it work out for them here is a very assuring sight. But if you were to say to me, you know, when we woke up today, hey Jason, first match, you're gonna have DRX, Major Pride, Harame, and Mirren Sejong as our top 4, I would have said shut up. Like, there's no way. This is I think such an interesting start to this group. And now I know it is Sandhawk, I will say, But man, I'm hyped for what Group Yellow has to offer.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that underdog teams have performed in the first game, when we call it the group of death, because you got your Alpha 7s, you got your Vampires, all those big squad, right? It is already setting up a really good...
Your
potential
Incos,
for
who
these
died
squads.
right away.
I was just about to say, but actually, talking about Major Pride, I don't remember, which team
Why
did
you
they
gotta
take
bring
that
it up,
down
dude?
first? Hopkins? Which squad was it? I don't know.
I just saw it happen, and
refresh my
a
memory?
tear shed so slow. Yeah. A tear just went down so slow whenever I saw Eco on the push, of course, towards Major Pride. I mean, let's be real. If they would have won that fight, maybe they win the game. You know what I'm saying?
It was in the like game-winning area, so like definitely it could have, but it didn't. What do you have to say about it? No, okay, no. Yeah, it was tough.
But let's maybe go into this, Max, as you point out while we're watching. Car usage late game on Sandhawk, Mirror and Sejong. You wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, it's rare. Normally you see a lot of people, when you get towards the late section of the mid-game, saying, okay, let's just give up on the cars, we're going to do the rest by foot. But like Mira and Sejong, without cars, they don't make it up that hill. They can't contest Harame Bro in the way they did at the late game without cars. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think they even took a knocked player, put him into the car, rolled him uphill, and then rezzed him. I'm not sure if I imagined that, but if that was the case, that was a great usage of the car to speed up that entire rotation. So, man, cars can be clutch in these scenarios. So, good usage from MSJ.
Looking at the rest of the standings here, Hot Chicks, Inco going to be 16th with 0 points, BTR with 0 points. Team Spirit, I mean, we saw them holding such an awkward position where they were on the low ground compared to Reagan's Gaming, and then they really didn't have any bouncing off point from there.
Going into Ruins,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that Jukes, going in Ruins,
Yep.
it's great to hold it off as like the defensive position when you have to leave into a team that's playing the high ground like RSG. It's always going to be a tough time, man.
Yeah, that's why we saw Amir Sejong leave Ruins, right? I mean, as soon as they realized the zone was going to go ahead and just, you know, southern up just a little bit more, they took off from it, and then Team Spirit took it. Yeah, I mean, Ruins is great if the zone does land there, but if it strays away from it, trying to get out of there is so difficult, like you mentioned, and that's why we saw them struggle. One thing, though, Jason, I got to look at, though, is Twisted Minds, right? They had that beautiful bow tape, and they got into a good position, but they weren't really able to capitalize off it, right?
Yeah, they were able to avoid a lot of the fights on that Northwest Island, like we saw with BTR. They were holding back Vampire Esports, or were looking to see if they wanted to gatekeep them. They avoid everything, but they didn't really get much off of that after the decent position that they were able to actually get to. So a little bit disappointing in terms of like how the rotation ended with their result, but I feel like, at least for me, Max, it's a good sign that they're being very aware about where the clear and smooth rotational paths are going to be.
Yeah, with their drop and how the circle was going, I think that it's a good option. Unfortunately, when you botate, there's always going to be one issue, which is lack of information. So that's something you really can't negate when you're doing a botation. So it was tough, didn't quite work out, but it shows that they are adapting to the lobby. Though, man, talking about Becca again, we talked about their position this game, right, Hodgix? But playing the rooftop, as long as Becca actually did, not only enabled him to set up his team for success to get stronger positions, but it enabled him to like just pop off, get 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. Rooftops in the late game, if you don't have off angles that can threaten your spot, are so impactful. So good on Becca to use that spot as long as he actually could.
Dude, I mean, they played that perfectly. I mean, let's be real. I mean, if you're a name that's, you know, not really expected to perform, you know, like in that first place position, you know, you got to be able to pull something out special, and they did. So beautiful game from Mir and Sejong.
I also wanted to give credit to Harame Bro, because we saw them get aggressive against Reagan's Gaming after their like kind of skirmish with Team Spirit towards Ruins, and I kind of respect that as well, because Harame Bro didn't qualify from your normal PMSL SCA, right? They're not necessarily playing against the best teams of the region, yet they're playing like they have the confidence of the best team from the region, making very smart strategic plays. So I really had to give him a shout out there, Max, because you have to respect when teams go for plays like that, because it was probably the right move to make in that situation.
I don't know, Jason, if I would say confidence, more like very opportunistic. They're like, you're weakened, 3 eliminations, maybe. We push. Of course, all the teams are trying to leave the Ruins area, and especially the southern hill like area of Ruins. You see teams are wounded, you see the elimination feed light up, you're going to send it to clear that entire high ground position. It was a very good play, but it's not enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm on the Harame Bro hype train. I need to see a little bit more, but it's a good little start. It's a good little avant-bouche, you know? It's great. Yeah.
Sorry, can you say that in English?
No.
What about BTR? The Bigatron Knights, Hot Jukes. We saw them. They were kind of
তাকে বলেছিলাম আমার হলো অবগল দিছিল
macro play to transition towards
তাকে
trifecta and kind of like gain a lot of information there, and also more importantly, more rotational paths for them to go through.
I mean, I think that was the best option they had. I mean, they land on that, you know, on that northeastern island. When it comes to Sandhawk, they're just hoping the zone goes there, right? If the zone
Hello,
goes
hello,
on
hello.
that island, they're going to have a monster game. If it doesn't, they're going to
মিউট
try
হয়ে
to
গেছিল
put up
দিবা
any
দেখি
kind
না
of points they did.
ওই যে
And
তুমি
they did. So,
বল
I mean,
লেগেছিল তাই
we got 3 more Erangel
ও
coming up next. I think they just got to shake it off. And just
আমি একটু ভয় পাইছি আমার এখানে কোন
Shake it off.
ডিসপ্লে ফুল করা ছিল পুরো
ভাই এক্স্যাক্টলি হইতেছে কি এখানে
হ্যাঁ
ভয়েস কি আমার লাইভে যায়
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ লাইভ
ও
Hey, it's not me. I'll take it. Nobody's blaming me yet. That's a win. McGrillen able to clutch actually with a DBS, able to keep the team alive a little bit longer. But with how the rotation was going, they were trying to go for a wide wrap, which I would say Hodrix is a respectable play when you only have 2 players trying to just survive at that point. Unfortunately, they send it right into Major Pride, which, as we saw, had a game-winning position. So, if there was no one there, maybe it goes out their way. But as we saw, a 2-man crash onto Major Pride is just not going to work out. But it's the first.
আমার ইন করে পুশটা দেখে মনে হচ্ছে পুরো 7x দিয়ে পুশ লাগাই দিছে এমনে
yeah, for sure. I mean,
What's your
they landed all the
expectations?
way over there near Lamb Cap Park. Yeah.
Going into Erangel coming up next, as we have back-to-back Erangels, Hodrix, what's your kind of expectations here for these teams and how it potentially could play out?
Well, I think we're going to see something totally different here in Erangel. I mean, Sandhawk is one of those maps where if you get circle, you got to capitalize on it. Erangel is that, like, perfect chess map, you know, where it really just proves those mistakes. One little tiny mistake just snowballs there. So, I'm looking to see,
I think we're having
you know, where these circles are going to go. Are we going to get some military zones? How are these teams going to react? And we're just showing.
ভাই ওদের লোগোটা জানি কেমন কেমন লাগলো না আলফা 7 এর
Or maybe I lagged out that time.
আর লোগো
যে আলফা 7 এর জার্সিতে একটা লোগো লাগানো কালারফুল
হয়তো চেঞ্জ করছে
Yes, the map. No, okay.
তো মানে
ওরাই
যে
চেঞ্জ করছে না স্পোর্টস হয়ে লোগো
game, so I think we're going to be seeing potentially
তুমি
more
দেখো ওদের লোগোটা দেখো
from some squads because of course Sanok is it's a lot quicker when it gets down to it. So here's really why I expect our big names, Jason, to really stand out the most, like your Vampires, your Alpha 7s, all of that. I think this is the time they are going to shine as much as possible. So yeah, Erangel is your trial and tested map. It's the true OG map, okay, that everyone knows like the back of their hand. So we're going to get back to a sense of like normality very soon, Jason. So like trust, it's going to work out.
And I think, you know, obviously we have to have a little caveat when it comes to Sandhawk, and again, seeing like these 4 teams be in our top 4. Mir and Sejong, I don't. I mean,
অপশনাল সবগুলো স্যানক দিয়ে স্টার্ট করে
the zone did shift to them like time and time and time again.
স্যানক দিয়ে
They
স্টার্ট করে
really
অলওয়েজ
didn't have to move. They had 2 compounds, the 2-2 split, and they regrouped on the compound that'd be more favorable in their zone.
আমরা লোকালে কি করি স্যানক রাখি মাছ খেলে ব্রেক
From a really bad position to get back into these zones, because that's, I think, going to be the real test of these teams. If a lot of teams are going to start trying to play center, if you're slow in the rotate.
হ্যালো রঞ্জন ভাই কি অবস্থা
They did have a little bit of circle luck here, Jason. I definitely have to agree.
bit,
But
yeah.
you're making your luck when you have these central 2-2 splits. You're like
এই চশমা এটারে দেখে সার্ফেক্সের মতো লাগতেছে ভাই
position, which every time
ওই সার্ফেক্স একটু লম্বা
twice this
ও ভাই কেউ বাজায় দিলেও কেউ সার্ফেক্সের মতো বাজাইছে আমি দেখতে সার্ফেক্সের মতো লাগে
না ভাই
All about Sarpex.
And regroup on the compound that we saw allow them to make it to the top 3 scenario of this Sanok game.
সার্ফেক্স কই আহে নাই
If you have 2-2 splits and you end
তবে এক্সপেরিমেন্টে কাস্টিং করো
making your own luck here, and that's why MSJ is looking so good in my
এ আছে
opinion.
দেখি ভাইয়া
They are able to adapt on
Sarpex
fronts, they're able to play
শার্পেক্সের হচ্ছে ভাইরাস কাস্টিং করো
edge, they can play aggressive, they can play passive. Like really, I think this is possibly going to be one of the
স্ক্রিন
biggest
তেলে গপ গপে
hopefully I don't curse them for the rest of the
ইসলাম কিছু
but really they have showed to me true potential back in their
মনে হয় তাকে আইডিটা কি খারাপ
hope it's going to work out for the
না
rest of this international tournament.
Hodrix, I know you did some
জিনিসটা কাস্টিং করতে পারলে তোমরা কেন পারবা
agreed upon drop locations. Can you kind of walk us through where we expect teams to be dropping and any potential
Yeah,
clashes
I mean,
that could
there's
happen?
for sure. I mean, there's so many different areas. I mean, teams are going to have their backup locations, all kinds of different stuff. But, you know, I'm going to be looking towards that crates area. You got vampires looking to possibly drop there, and I want to see how they play it out. And we're going to find out right now.
Yeah, let's head on back to our casters with John on a blank to take us into match 2.
We are heading into the first of many Aaron goals, I'm sure, still to come. What a great way to kick things off for Major Pride back on Sandhawk, but now we're looking to the future once more as we head in for match number 2 here for Group Yellow.
Match number 2 coming at you. We got Aaron Goal, and then more Aaron Goal for you. So we got a triple billing coming very shortly, but we're going to start things off nice and calm. The circle over towards that western side.
কেন একজন ডিসকর্ড হ্যাঁ অবশ্যই চলে আসুন ডিসকর্ডে
Very early down towards Sosnov because you've got 3 teams actually down towards this area. The man Bro Harame to Muerte as well as the Loops. Not a huge amount of space here, John, actually, for these teams to play in. It's a bit awkward, I would say, a lot of times. Yeah, 2 teams is okay. I mean, you get Nova Up Neuer, you've got military base on C block, but then one team has to sort of play that awkward location around the Eastern Bridge, which doesn't have a massive amount of loot, and a lot of times you're worried about teams like Muerte currently taking shots over towards you with the high ground that is offered.
যে আমাদের মাঝখানে কাজটা চলে আসছে রমজান আপনি তাই শুরু করেন কাজটা এই সালাম দেবেন তারপর গ্রুপ ইয়েলোর টপ 3 গেস করেন
Worried about their potential progression into this one, but they hop into the monster truck and no one too close. Xavier a little bit further south near the key, but won't be able to get sightlines early enough to stop this rotation. And it is all about the vehicle grabs on these early drops with this sort of a playing path, right? You do need to be getting on board very, very quickly, getting on the road as fast as you can. It's going to be very condensed for a while. The circle, pretty chill right now, which means that no real pressure on that front, but you do not want to stay too close to everyone else for too long.
On our screens right now, we've got Mirror and Jason. Honestly, very, very good team. I was
রমজান ভাই
really happy with how they
হ্যাঁ
played last game. I mean, in terms
শুরু
of
করুন
expectations, it's very, very
কি
close.
শুরু করবো
Albeit the fact
কাজটা
of the matter is that they had a lot
না
of
না হামজা না পায়েগা
we saw again
দেখি দেখি
that eastern crossing, which leads me to believe
দেখতে দেখতে একটু অপিনিয়ন ছেড়ে দিই মানে
careful lobby, which makes sense to me. You don't really want to get yourself stuck into too many difficult scenarios, and it comes with qualifications as well. Right, only 3 spots towards that top side for the guaranteed. You don't want to be making too many mistakes. You'd rather get those consistent points on board. When we have qualification spots that drop down towards 7th place, sometimes it's a little bit more acceptable to make those gambles, which is why the team spirit play felt a little bit weird, though I think they realized more than anything they didn't have a lot of time to make those rotations. They send over towards ruins, but I'm glad they did that. I'm actually glad they did that. I think it's one of the things that team spirit struggles with the most a lot of times is just making clear-cut decisions, right? Or it's the case of, oh, do we go here, do we go there? I'd rather they just went, let's go ruins and see what happens.
শেডেক্স ভাই আছে দেখি শেডেক্স ভাই কাস্টিং করে দিতে পারে শেডেক্স ভাই শুরু করে দেন
Not exactly the gold that they were
সেডেক্স
looking
ভাইয়ের
for.
শরীর
They'll
খারাপ
take it. They'll take the one.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা
ভাই অপারেট
Yeah,
করতেছে সবকিছু
that is that was a crashing ship, honestly, right there. And the captain was told multiple times to turn the ship 15 degrees to the left. To the port. Leeward.
Kind of like starboard right now.
The left would be
Port side.
port side.
Port side, starboard. Port side named such because, in general, ships always docked on their left side.
English casting solo.
Always be on the left. No clue why it's called starboard though. So.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Then it gets complicated with
হুম হুম
One
আবার
question.
উত্তর দিয়ে
other stuff as well. Where I honestly want to just stick to port starboard.
বাংলা কাস্টিং
আপনার
তো
থেকে ডিরেক্ট দেন ভাই
They really need to know the
নাহলে ওই যে দুইটাই গেতেছে না
makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, that's yeah.
ম্যাক তো
I'm not going to criticize. I'm sure the navies know what they're doing. You know,
কি রে ভাই
various navies around the world.
অফিসিয়াল চ্যানেলে বাংলা লিখে বাংলা ইংলিশ কাস্টিং করাচ্ছে কেন
There's a lot of things in the real world for
ওইটাও সেম আমরা যেই সিডে
ওটাই
করতেছি
কেন?
সেম সিডে ওরাও করতেছে এর
To
জন্য
be fair, when you're at sea, there's just no reference point, so direction is very
It's
hard
like
to
being in
describe.
space.
It's exactly like
টাইম ভাইয়ের ফিনিক্সের না কাস্টিং ফিনিক্স ভাইয়ের কাস্টিং করার কথা ছিল না
basic
কি হইলো এটা
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
That's what I've always said.
And we had it's unexplored. I think it's 98.7%.
আইডিবি কটাই
Is that the
Well, that's
actual statistic?
দিয়ে দেওয়ার কথা দিনে দিনে এটা।
Yeah. How much sea is unexplored?
Probably a
And I'll get back to the game.
Yeah, we've got to figure this out.
Over 80%.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I reckon more percentage of space has been explored. So
Some people say 95. I'm pretty sure it's around about 98% though. I think that's the actual statistic.
I've explored it.
I bet you have. You're a dolphin.
Yeah, that's me.
You're the dolphin of the land.
I'm the dolphin of the land. So we're gonna dive back on into space. Tails are flipping. Twisted Minds on board on the west side. Sorry, on
You
the
just have
port
to
side.
experience the terror of the ocean quickly.
জি ওদের সময় আটকে গেল।
It's Lovecraftian.
Yeah. Oh, we could do so much for that, but we're not because we're at PMGC, so we got to talk about these teams. I think Major Pride's definitely the big surprise for us here. 25 points. They're a strong team though. They are a strong team.
নতুন ফিট
Players
দিছে, নতুন
on
ফিট
that
দিছে।
squad. Major Pride, not what it once was in terms of the players there, has gone through a lot of iterations, and a fair few of these players were sort of unknowns for us maybe 2 years ago, but now they have certainly made a name for themselves here going into PMGC, which is very, very nice to see. And it's always sparks confidence, right? When a team tries to crash into you and you just absolutely obliterate them.
দেখা যায়?
Go from
হ্যালো?
there. Definitely gave Major Pride that little bit of extra
Wait.
going towards that final zone. They're super happy with it as well. You can see how passionate the players are to be here at PMGC.
দেখা যায়।
As they should be. It's a bit of an honour to be able to make it all the way here, right? So that has to come with a little bit of excitement. BTR trying to get the spray down, but just spiking a little bit, not really doing too much damage there. Alpha 7 kind of encircling them right now with Mafioso maybe a little bit vulnerable. I imagine that this is going to be a regroup. They're currently 3-1, and they need to get Mafioso extracted from the south side of Yasnai. He's in the open fields right now, so a little danger going on through there from Oro on the north side, but
টাকি ভাই কি আলফা 7 সাপোর্ট করতেছেন?
a get away.
Yeah.
না ভাই,
So
ডিআরএস
Alpha
আমরা।
7, I'm going to make this point, but you got to understand.
ডিআরএস তো এই গ্রুপে কোন টিম সাপোর্ট করতেছেন?
Well in our own region.
এই গ্রুপে ওরা
আচ্ছা।
সাউথ এশিয়ার বাইরে কেন সাপোর্ট করবে?
ও মাই গড। যত ক্লোতে থাকা যায় বুঝলাম। তাহলে তো
আমার
ইন্ডিয়া গেলে ইন্ডিয়া
চিন্তা
সাপোর্ট করার কথা,
হচ্ছিল
তাই না?
আমাকে একটু কেউ বলেন। মেবি ভাই কোনো টেকনিক্যাল ইস্যু, এক্স্যাক্টলি জানি না।
তাকে ভাই আপনার থিওরিতে তো তাহলে ইন্ডিয়া গেলে ইন্ডিয়া সাপোর্ট করবেন।
ভাই এটা তো ভাই কমপ্লিকেটেড কোশ্চেন হয়ে গেল। ওরা তো ভাই এখন নাই পাবজি মোবাইল সিনারিওতে, তাহলে এটা তো কাউন্টেবল।
পাবজির সাইড থেকে তো ভাই চাই, বাট হচ্ছে ইন্ডিয়ার গভর্নমেন্ট দেয় না পারমিশন,
ওইটাই।
কজ ভিউয়ারশিপ কে না চায়।
দেখতেছি।
Yeah, I mean they took that title right and went back in towards the next year to defend their title in Turkey itself, and just crumbled. Did not. Yeah, they absolutely did crumble on their home ground, which was unfortunate. But that is how it happens, right? You cannot let up, and that's playing back into your point, I suppose.
ঠিক আছে।
For Alpha 7, see if they can keep things going. Vampire with a cut across DX Xavier, but instead they slice on through this hold. DX Xavier get through, and Vampire not a word to say about it.
Yeah, difficult cross actually for DX Xavier a lot of times across this field, so you want to go as quickly as possible. Paragon takes a couple of tags, and Major Pride going completely the opposite direction to them as Evo Station sends through. Definitely getting some scouting on board. I mean, they have a fairly secure position up towards Potato.
এই পিএমজিসি খেলা প্লেয়ার নেটটিরে এসটি পিএমপি সব জায়গায় দেখা হয়, পুরা ধুরা মারে।
ওদের মেইন ফিডেও লাগবে।
But also we had a change towards our league system throughout the entirety of the year. We now go through PMSLs, so a lot of our PMPLs have been cut now, in fact completely cut, and we only have PMSLs, which means slots are more limited, so you're only seeing right now the best players, and it has really changed the performance in every single region. Every single region has been so close, so action-packed. So this should be, if I am not mistaken, probably the most competitive PMGC of all time. Before we used to get some teams being able to slip in towards PMGC, and although they definitely earned that spot, they were maybe not the right team to be at PMGC at that time. This time around, I think everyone who's made it to each individual group here absolutely deserves that spot. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to be up towards those top three.
It's definitely a hotly contested spot. Group Yellow, a real tough place to try and make your mark as well. It's only the top three that get that direct invite to London. Sure, it's
আইডি প্লাস দিচ্ছি ঢুকো
for me, but for these teams, it's been a long journey. We'll see if they can make the final step over the course of the next few days. Circle shifts central to Potato Hill. Xavier with a nice little hold there. Paragin out on a wide east flank. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go back and rejoin with his team at this stage.
ডিএক্সেভিয়ার উপর দিয়ে ঝড় যাবে এখন
Vampire going to play on the east side of Pachinki Fields, which will hold
জোন তো ভাই ভালোই করছে
for a lot of this map.
হ্যাঁ বাট পটেটো তো মানে ওরা অবশ্য পারবে এই প্রেশার হ্যান্ডেল করতে
A little bit more free flowing.
বহুত রোটেশন আসবে
Flowing with blood as well.
No Fear picks himself up first blood in this game.
হোরা মারতেছে নাইস
Towards Mirror and Sage.
গো হোরা
Unfortunate for them to lose a player so early. They are very much out
ফুল
of the
সাপোর্ট না কোথায় কি ওই জায়গায় কি জানি ইস্যু হয়েছে
sidelines over towards. I think Mirror and Sage joined.
হইতেছে না ওটা তো ইংলিশ কাস্টিং চলে
And it's difficult to figure out where to go. It is also interesting that so many of our teams are over towards the eastern side of the map, particularly because this was such a western-leaning plane. I think a lot of teams, again, you take that into account, you're getting more smart teams here. All of this regional bias going into this one in terms of who's going to make it through. Do we get our best teams over towards each individual group? And
ভাই ওইটাই ভাই মনের কথা
a more free side of the eastern side of the map. But it's working to the disadvantage of these squads making this assumption because everyone's made the same kind of maneuver here.
আমি অভি ভাইরে কইছিলাম যে ভাই আমরা একটা টেস্ট সিস্টেম করে আনলিস্টেড লাইভ করে ভাই কই না ডাইরেক্ট দেখা যাবে ম্যাচে
Veteran experience in these global tournaments, they just sat pretty on the western side.
I mean, there is that element, right, of Pachinki being on the west side of the circle, the open fields that surround it, really difficult to navigate. So moving out to the east side, potentially just rotationally, a more opportune choice, right? But as soon as everybody makes that choice, no matter what it is, it's going to be the wrong choice in the end. If half the lobby
chicken
the same decision, which sometimes just happens. Moving south from apartments, Zeus are trying to break up into the
হোরা ফুল সাপোর্ট হোরা
এই জনটা লাগুক
side. You see they have seemingly scouted that. They'll know those vehicles.
কি মানে তোমরা যেটা খেলতেছো ওইটাই না পিএমজিসি তে টপ কত
They got onto the outpost on the Zoas. DRX now cut down to 3. So
Top five, top five.
Looking pretty chill. Could potentially be a little bit of trouble caused by MSJ, by potentially Aura as well if they rotate out this way. But the east side, as it was always to be, is going to start to heat up now with Ramid Bro, Loops. Also, the words are rolling up into the fight. Loops bear the brunt of the first wave of the engagement here, but there's still plenty more to go. The dinner's still on the table. Duarte looks
Moves down. Unbelievable stuff, actually, with Duarte staying alive for the time being. Should be able to get their squad mates back up, but this is a horrendous position to be in. The nades
কি বিস্কুট
are flowing through over towards them. Nades on that bottom step.
সল্টেড এটা সমস্যা
Players over on Loops gives them a bit more time. Is into this one too now as they wrap down towards the south, and if they can, they've got a huge amount of space to play with, heading up towards the northwest side.
বিটিআর এর ম্যাচ আমার লাগতেছে এটা ভাই ট্রাস্ট মি তোমাদের কি মনে হয় হ্যালো
বিটিআর দাঁড়ান তো
এই ভাইরাস গুলোটা তো ভালো খারাপ মাইক মিউট করে রাখছে ভাইরাস তুমি তো ভাই লিটারালি ভাই জিরো সাপোর্ট ভাই লাইক ফ্যামিলি
ফুল সাপোর্ট ভাই
বিটিআর যদি আরেকটা জোন পায় না ওই কম্পাউন্ডে তাইলে বিটিআর ভালো ম্যাচ হবে আমার মতে কজ ওই কম্পাউন্ড থেকে আবার বের হইতে প্রচুর প্যারা খাবে যদি মানে আশেপাশে অনেক টিম থাকে দেখা যাক কি হয়, জোনের উপর ডিপেন্ড করে।
ফাইটটা লাগছে কিন্তু
আলফা 7 এর আবার এক্সিট অনেক সুন্দর, আলফা 7 এর বের হইতে পারে সুন্দরভাবে।
এমপি দেন না এক ম্যাচে পয়েন্ট একদম পরের টিমের
হারাম
পয়েন্ট থেকে বলে
হারামে ব্রো
2000 হলো
বটমে থাকবে আমার মতে।
কারা
হারামে ব্রো এই গ্রুপের বটমে থাকবে।
আর আমি ব্রো বলা যায় না ভাই, আর আমি ব্রো খারাপ না কামব্যাক
মানে বললাম কেন, আসলে ওরাও তো সুযোগ পায় না এইসব লবি খেলার, খুব কম পায় ফিলিপিন্সের টিম। তো একটু এক্সপেরিয়েন্সের ঘাটতি থাকবে।
Major Pride, by the way, in the meantime, has gone for a wild pressure from the west side and doing okay. There's ups and downs. Inco going to be chiming in as well onto the elimination feed, but we're still on board with the southeast fight. Coops goes down. Pusher doesn't relent for one moment. And that is really good. That is an unresable Coops.
এই সবাই রুমে ঢুকছো?
Muerte continue their advance
ওকে
on the
ওকে
southeast side. Team Spirit still in the way. Matic off on that wide angle. Looking to try and reposition around this. Kitsune, a deep backstop for the Team Spirit team. As Major Pride continue their roll up, they are getting cut through. Vampire and DXavier were just so in control of that western side. Vampire lost a little bit more than they wanted to on the west, but is going to be able to weather the storm for the time being. Major Pride want that res stay on too. DXavier again controlling on one side of the circle. Expecting them to march forwards.
Clean pickup there from Evo Station. All the crash for them, honestly, and that's Tony K.
রনন আপনার ফ্রেন্ড রাখবে নিয়ে আসেন না করে
Play alongside with DX.
ফ্রেন্ডরা আসবে না মনে হয় কেউ,
Hold over towards Potato Hill.
আমি একটু পর বের হয়ে যাবো, আইডিপি দিবে।
Need to go his way, and already a nade been sent out. Run straight past it. Lamborghini
ওই রেঞ্জরা তো কেওডিতে ট্রাই আউট দিচ্ছিল,
here, but the rest of the team just backs up.
পরে ইস্যু হয়েছে কেওডিতে,
ও
Not letting him get.
পরে ইস্যু হইলো দেন ক্যান্সেল।
This is very well played. Lamborghini will pick up Tony K. So methodical approach there from DXavier to finish off the final player. They weren't taking any.
ডিএক্স খুব সুন্দরই প্রেশার, মানে অবশ্য অত প্রেশার আসে নাই ওদের কাছে লাকিলি, পটোতে তো থাকা অবস্থায়। এই দেখছেন বিটের আশেপাশে এই তো জন টানছে, এখন কট।
গাইস কেউ যদি কাস্টিং করতে চান স্বইচ্ছায় চলে আসেন। আপনার জন্য হট সিট বরাদ্দ আছে, ফিল ফ্রি টু জয়েন। স্কিল ইস্যু
জুন বিন দিল কামড়।
বিটার তো মনে হয় ঝোপ বুঝে খুব মেরে দিব যা দেখতেছি।
না বিটের অবস্থা খারাপ তো, দেখলেন না জোন কেটে গেছে, গেট কিপিং যে সিনারিও ক্রিয়েট হয়ে আছে, ওরাও ওদের কিলের জন্য ট্রাই করবে। ওরা জোনে ঢোকা টাফ। ও বিটিআর বানানো শুরু করে দিছে, নাইস। ইনকো কি কম্পাউন্ডটায় নাকি ডিপটায়, আমি একটু কনফিউজড। কম্পাউন্ড, আচ্ছা আল্লাহ, আমি মনে করছি ইনকো এই ডিপটাতে, বিটের এই যে জাক্সি যে ডিপটায় গেছে ভাই।
এর নাম কি? 27 জন
আচ্ছা ওই ডিপে হচ্ছে আরএসজি।
জিউস তো পুরো খেপা ভাই, বিচারের
ওরে ওরা
বিচারের লইছে, আবার হোরা পয়সা পড়ছে ভাই সেরা।
না কিছু করতে পারবে না, দুজনেরই লস। মায়ের দেওয়া স্পোর্টস এখন। ও
ও নাইস, পুরা মাঝখান দিয়ে কোট খেয়ে গেল। ভাই বিটিআর জিউসের ফাইট হইতেছে, হোরা মাঝখান দিয়ে উং আয়া মায়া গায়েব হয়ে গেল। মানে জিউসের মতো জিজ্ঞেস থাকে বিটিআর ভিতরের জায়গায়। কি রে ভাই, ডিএমআর কি বিশ্বাস ভাই, জিউস ডিএমআর দুইটাই। জিউস একদম সুন্দর সময় ব্যাক আপ
যে
করলো ভাই,
আলফা
আমি
7
পুরো শেষ
এখন
করবো।
বের হওয়া শুরু হবে।
আর একটু হোল্ড করবে, জোনের লগে টান দিবে। হ্যাঁ
আমার মতে আলফা 7 এর এখন একটু জায়গা নিয়ে নেওয়া উচিত, কম্পাউন্ডে একজন দুজন রেখে।
Hello guys, I'm back.
জুসের নড়ার জায়গাই নেই, পারবে না।
ডিএমআর জিউস ডিএক্স এ7 বিটিআর ইনফো ইস্পো।
জিউসের পিটিএনে মারা লাগবে।
নাইস, আজকের দিন চালা দেন ভাই।
একটা বুলেট লাগাইছে, একটা বুলেটই কানেক্ট হয়েছে।
এই রে
এক
জিউস,
করেছে।
যে জিউস যে অ্যাগ্রেসিভ খেলতেছিল ভালোই লাগতেছিল। ডিএমআরও দুই ম্যান।
কিরে ভাই, আরএসজি মাঝখান দিয়ে কখন মরে গেল? এত ভালো জন থাকা সত্ত্বেও।
ডিএমআর
কিন্তু
দুই ম্যান হয়ে গেছে, এই যে এ7 টা মারতে যান।
আলফা 7 যাওয়ার জায়গা পাবে না।
না আলফা 7 এর এক্সিট আছে, প্যারা নেই।
রাইট সাইড অলরেডি টেকেন না।
ওই যে রাইট সাইড থেকে অলরেডি ক্লোজিং হচ্ছে, ইনকো বের হয়ে গেছে, বিটিআর আছে খালি। ইনকো এখন হচ্ছে এজ ক্লিয়ার দিতেছে। এই হচ্ছে আমার ফেভারিট টিম, স্পিরিট। নোমি ইফেক্টের খেলা দেখছিলেন টাকি ভাই? টিম স্পিরিটের
হ্যাঁ ভাই,
নোমি তারপর ইফেক্ট এদের খেলা দেখছিলেন টিম স্পিরিটের?
ওইভাবে দেখা হয় না ভাই।
দেখেন ওদের চ্যানেল ঘুরে আসেন একবার।
এই সব ক্যাপিটাল ইয়ে দেওয়াতে করতে হচ্ছে দাম ভেঙে যেতে।
কিটসুনেম্যাটিক নোমি ইফেক্ট।
বললাম না কতক্ষণ বেরোলেই মার খাবো এখান থেকে।
মাইর দেওয়া হয়ে গেল আলফা সেভেনের সাথে। এই কারণে বলছি আলফা সেভেনের আগেই জায়গা ধরে নেওয়া উচিত ছিল একটু।
ওদের ব্যাকলাইন প্লেয়ারের সাথে সাথে ওই রিস্কটা নিতে
সেটাই, ওদের ক্লিয়ার ছিল তো অনেক আগে থেকে ওদের ক্লিয়ার। যাই হোক, দে নো বেটার।
আপনার টিম কাছে এই কথা যদি আমরা কেমন করতে পারতাম তাহলে আমরা বুঝতে
হ্যাঁ এই ম্যাচটা শেষ করেন, কারণ স্পিড বলে চিকেন লয়ে পেয়ে যেতেছে ভাই, ইজি।
ইয়ে, ও মাই গড, ইলিগাল গান।
শেষ, ইজি। সবাই বুন্দাবুন্দি করলো। হ্যাঁ, কোনোটাই ডিরেক্ট, এটাই তো মানে সবাই কিন্তু এরে কামড়াইতেছে, ওরে কামড়াইতেছে।
মাই ফেভারিট টিম গট চিকেন, নাইস।
পুরাই ভাই কোল্ড ব্রেন।
কি বাচ্চা
আচ্ছা আমি বের হই, ঠিক আছে, রুমে ঢুকতেছি
ও আপনার ম্যাচ আছে, আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
আবার। হ্যাঁ,
বাই। হ্যাঁ ভাই, হ্যাঁ ভাই, হ্যালো স্যার, হ্যালো। হ্যাঁ, হুম। আসে আসে।
তোমরা নীলা মার্কেটে যাই যাবা?
হুম, শুনিনি।
কেমন হবে? ও মাই ব্যাড, আমি নাস্তা করতে গেছিলাম, ওই যে ম্যাচের ব্রেক চলতেছিল। কিও দাঁড়াও দেখতেছি।
হুম কি অবস্থাটা কি ভাই?
ভাই 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 হ্যাঁ মোহামেনুর ভাই কালকে থেকে জয়েন করেন ভাই, উই নিড ইউ। সেখানে হচ্ছে আইডি পাস দিছি, 2 মিনিট আছে দেখো।
হ্যালো গাইস, আই এম ব্যাক।
ওয়েলকাম ব্যাক। হ্যাঁ 2 মিনিট।
আমার অর্ডার দিছিলাম
1689572।
নাকি তোমার কাছে বিকাশ নাম্বারটা পাঠাইলাম?
ও ও মাই ব্যাড ব্রো। সবাই গিভওয়ে রুম ভাইবা ঢুকেছ?
কি কি
না না
কি বেরুম কই?
আইডি পাস
ও
মড দিও তো এই আইডি কমেন্ট করছে। ভাই ভাই এটাই কইতাছে ভাই, পিএমজিসি তো যদি এমন ভোটকা শিশু হয়।
আরে হ্যালো
আইডি পাস দিতা ঢুকে দেখতাম কেমন লাগে। ওরে চুলের কাটে তো ভাই, কাটে নাই ভাই, ওটা হচ্ছে মোড়ায় রাখছে ভাই।
ভাই খুব দুঃখ লাগছে। আচ্ছা আমার কথা কি শোনা যাচ্ছে না?
এই লাস্ট ম্যাচে চিকেন কে নিছে?
ইয়েস ময়মনুল ভাই বলেন।
স্যাডলি মিসিং।
লেটস গো হোরা, ফুল সাপোর্ট টু হোরা।
ওরা আছে?
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা, হোরারে কি দেখে না নাকি ক্যামেরা একবারও, নাকি এই ম্যাচে নাই?
ব্যাপার কি আপনারা সবাই চুপচাপ আছেন কেন? স্ট্রিমটা দেখে মজা পাচ্ছি না।
ভাই রস কর সব শুকাই গেছে ভাই।
বেশি রাত জাগলে তো চলে যাবে।
ভাই এটা আপনি কি কইলেন?
খারাপ কি বলছি? রাত জাগা ঠিক না।
শুনি না।
স্পিকারের সাউন্ড বাড়ান, শুনবেন কেমনে?
এটা কি স্যার শোনার দরকারও নাই।
মানে নেগেটিভলি নিচ্ছেন কেন? পজিটিভ একটা কথা বলছি ভাই।
আরেকদিন ঘুটাই যাচ্ছে।
এই যে কাজের জন্য কয়েকদিন আমি
মালয়েশিয়া
হচ্ছে
নিয়ে
ভাই
বলে
রাত
দেখেছিলাম।
জাগছিলাম, অবস্থা পুরো খারাপ হয়ে গেছিল।
আমার ভাই এক্সাম চলতেছে এর মধ্যে।
পড়তেছ না?
পুরো হাটে হাড়ি ভেঙে দিছে ভাই।
মাথায় নিন যে তো পরে যাবো আরো। ডিআরএস এর ফ্লাইট পরে না।
ভাই এখানে যদি A1 থাকতো আজকে
Again, my
ভিউজ
bad,
কি
bro.
পরিমাণ থাকতো, বাংলাদেশি কোন একটা
আমি
টিম
এর লেগে ভাই
থাকলে।
পিএমএসএল এর সময় ছিলাম ভাই, বুঝছো? পিএমজি সাথে কথা কইতেছে না কারণ আমি অর্ধেকের বেশি চিনি না।
Same here.
কি থেকে কি কইলাম পরে মাই সবার জুতা।
ভাই এটা
ভাই, আমি-
কাছে এই লোগোটা।
আমি চিন্তা করতেছি কালকে আমার কি
ভাই
হবে।
ওগুলো লোগো কি ভাই রেইনবো।
রেইনবো না এটা।
এটা কি বুড়ো? কালকে আমার কি হবে? ভাই ঠিকই আছে। এদিকে আমি আমার নেক্সট স্ট্রিম নিয়ে কাজ করতেছি।
ভাই আমরা মারতে গেছিলাম
কিন্তু এখান থেকেও সরতে পারতেছি না, ভালো লাগতেছে।
ব্রো ব্রো ব্রো।
এটা কি হারামের বিরুদ্ধে ছিল?
ভাই কি
Yes.
ভুলে গেছে এক একটা প্লেয়ার ভাই। সাইড এফেক্ট অফ স্পোর্ট। কেউ ফুলে গেছে একেবারে অতিরিক্ত, কেউ একেবারে শুকিয়ে গেছে ভাই। এই
সেবাস ব্রো
dedication,
সেবাস।
এই ডেডিকেশন ভাই, অনেক কাগজের মধ্যে ম্যাপ নিয়ে করতেছে। আমাদের প্লেয়ারদের এই ডেডিকেশন দরকার
ভাই এখানে কোডিং এর মাধ্যমে কথা চলতেছে।
ভাই। কোন টিম কই নামে দেখছেন, সব লোগো সহ রাইখা দিছে।
ওয়াচ পার্টি আপনি আর রেক্সন ভাই করতেছেন। রেক্সন কে?
আমাকে মনে হয় রেকসন ভাবতেছে। রেকসন ভাইয়ের গলা একটু বিজি
কবির
টাইপের
ভাইয়ের-
তো।
প্রতিবেশীও করতেছে।
আচ্ছা, কোথায় কোথায় কমেন্ট আসছে আমি তো দেখলাম না।
ভাই নাম নেওয়া যাবে না তো, ভাই নাম নিলে চাকরি থাকবে না।
এটা তো ঠিক
ভাই
না।
ওদের ইরাঙ্গেলের অ্যানিমেশনের থেকে আমাদের সিসিএস এর অ্যানিমেশন সুন্দর ছিল।
ভাই চটপটের দোকান বিলাই, মানে চটপটের
কি কও
দোকানদাররা
ভাই, ঠিক কইছি না?
চটপটের দোকানদাররা ফিল করতেছে ভাই যে
হ্যালো,
আমরা করলেই দোষ।
এই যে ওরা যে অ্যানিমেশনটা দিল ইরাঙ্গেলের, ওটার থেকে আমাদের সিসিএস এর অ্যানিমেশন সুন্দর ছিল না?
সহমত। আমি ভাবছি
Thank you,
আমি
ভাই,
একটা
thank you.
প্রফেশনাল
ভাই প্যান্টের তো জোস।
আমি একটা
Plant তো
প্রফেশনাল
juice।
বানাবো নাকি ভাবতেছি।
বানাও বানাও, ফুল সাপোর্ট। গাইস লেটস গো ইরাঙ্গেল। প্লেন পাতো করা একদম মাঝখান দিয়া।
এটা তো বলতেছি
এবার
প্যান্টের
একটা
জোস।
ভাই জোন ফিনিক জোন পড়বে এবার। যে প্লেন পাত দেখতেছে একটা পিনিক জোন পড়বে, এটা শিওর।
এতটা পিনিক হবে না আমার মনে হইতেছে।
প্রিডিকশন
Prison-
দেন তাড়াতাড়ি।
প্রিজন সাইডে পড়ার চান্স আছে।
প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে যাও।
আমি প্রিজন সাইড চুজ করতেছি, যদি এটা হওয়ার চান্স কম। বললাম না যদি এটা হওয়ার চান্স কম। এটা কি ভাই মনে হয় আমার সাউন্ড কমায় রাখছে, আমার কথা শোনা না।
হ্যালো,
হ্যাঁ
বলুন। জি,
হ্যাঁ, এটা দিলে বেটার হয় ভাই। গাইস, কে কে গিভঅ্যাওয়ে চান ওয়াচ পার্টিতে কমেন্ট করতে পারেন।
তাকে কি নিজের পেজে মারতেছে? ভাই স্ট্রিমার কমেন্ট পড়তেছে কোত্থেকে, আমি তো এটাই বুঝতেছি না, নাকি আমার এখানে গ্লিচ হয়ে আছে?
গাইস, ওটা কোনো কম্পেয়ার ছিল না, আমি জাস্ট কথার কথা বলছি।
এই ব্যক্তি কই যে ভাই করতেছে?
হ্যাঁ মেহেদি ভাই, ইনশাল্লাহ। সাজেস্ট করেন ভাই, অ্যানালিস্ট সাজেস্ট করেন। ভাই প্রিডিকশন ভাই হোরা ভাই, অলওয়েজ হোরা। আমি ফুল পিএম মানে এই গ্রুপে ফুল হোরা। সাউথ এশিয়ান টিম টপে চাই ভাই, একটাই কথা দিও। এমপি বেকা।
এটা কি ভাই কোথাকার কমেন্ট পড়তেছেন ভাই? হ্যালো
ভাই হোরা ভাই হোরা।
আমার ল্যাপটপের কিবোর্ড মরছে, কি একটা বিরক্তিকর অবস্থা।
না আমাদের ইসের পরে নেপালি তো ম্যাচ ছিল না, ডে ওয়ান এর সব তো ক্লাস। ভাইরাস কি বলছো বুঝি নাই।
আমার ল্যাপটপের কিবোর্ড গেছে গা।
ওটা ভাই ডেইলি যায়। বেকা ভাই রিল্যাক্সে বাগি নিয়ে ঘুরতেছে। বেকা ভাইয়ের উপরে প্রেসার।
কি রে রে রে।
নেক্সট আপডেটে তো ভাই হচ্ছে এই যে গাড়ির নাকি সিট চেঞ্জ করে ফায়ারও দেওয়া যায়। ওরা ভাই সবকিছুতেই এফপিপি ইউজ করে, লুট করতেছে ওটাও এফপিপি দিয়ে। ফার্স্ট ব্লাড। অ্যানালিস্ট হতে যে খুব ভালো প্লেয়ার হওয়া লাগবে না, এটা আপনারা জানেন। বিডিতে ভালো অ্যানালিস্ট আছে অনেক। আপনারা একটা কাজ করেন, একটা কম্পিটিশন দেন, এখান থেকে যার কাজটা ভালো হবে তিনি দেন। এই কম্পিটিশনটা কিরকম কম্পিটিশন? মানে অ্যানালিস্টদের মধ্যে আবার কম্পিটিশন, মানে আমাদেরকে খেলতে দিব? ভাইরাস অ্যানালিস্ট নিয়ে সাজেশন দাও।
আমি
হুম।
অলওয়েজ টু স্পিক, মানে সাজেশন বলতে কি নিয়ে?
একজন বলতেছে আর কি অ্যানালিস্টের কথা।
কি বলছে?
ওরা মনে হচ্ছে অনেক প্রেশার নিয়ে খেলতেছে। এই সার্কেলটা ক্লোজ হলে একটা ফাইট হবে পড়া।
একটা দুইটা পড়ছে আর একটা পড়ছে।
তোমার সাউন্ড অনেক আসছে ভাইরাস, মাইক্রোফোন কাছে নাও।
আমার মাইক্রোফোনই নাই তো, মাইক্রোফোন
ও
ছাড়াই কথা
তাহলে
বলতেছি।
ফোনই কাছে নাও।
ফোন কাছে নিয়ে কেমনে দেখতাম? ট্যাব, ট্যাবে দেখতাম।
ক্লিম্যাক্স এর জন কুয়ারি হিল।
এইজন
এর পরের
আমার
জন্য
কেন
কুয়ারি
মনে
চলে
হচ্ছে
যাবে।
নর্থে টান মারবে পরেরটা।
হুম। থামলো না রে, ইনকো গেছিল তুমি।
আরে উপরে দাঁড়া গেছিল না, থামলে
হুম।
মার খাইতো তো, এই জন্য গেছে গা। এদের কুইক
পুশ
ডিসিশন
দিয়ে
মেকিং
দিছে
অনেক
জায়গায়,
সুন্দর।
নাইস। আরে
এ,
আহা। জি জি, সাউথ কোরিয়া গায়া। সেন্ট্রাল এশিয়া, সেন্ট্রাল এশিয়া।
চাইনিজ নাই কেউ এবার?
ওই যে আরএসজি
আর এসজি আছে।
অন্য গ্রুপেও আছে।
হুম,
শেষ শেষ।
এটা যেমনে পিন দিয়ে রাখছে।
ওইটাই।
বাবা। হুম,
ভালোই লাগে না ভাই, ঘোরা ঘোরা। ওয়াও ভাই ওয়াও।
ওরে উঠাই ফেলছে বলে। কি রে?
পুরো ওপেন
মেজর
জোন হবে
ব্রাইট
রে
কেন
বাবা।
জানি এই ম্যাচে চিকেন দেওয়ার পায়তারা করতেছে।
কে?
মেজর ব্রাইট।
ও হুম হুম। ওরা প্রত্যেক ম্যাচে চিকেন নেওয়ার পায় তারা করতেছে ভাই, ওইটা করে লাভ নাই।
বাট আমার মেজর ব্রাইটের খেলাটা ভালো লাগছে। মানে কেমনে কেমনে জানি চারজনে
আমার খেলে
একসাথে।
অলওয়েজই ভালো লাগে ভাই সেই খেলে। টোটো।
এটি কোন দেশে? মেজর ব্রাইটের কি ফ্ল্যাগ?
কোনটা কোনটা? জিউস?
মেজর ব্রাইট ডিএমআর।
ও ওই যে উজবেকিস্তান ওদিকে,
ও
সেন্ট্রাল এশিয়া। কাজাকিস্তান হলে উজবেকিস্তান হবে।
এরা মনে হয় কোনো ভেহিকেল স্কিন ইউজ করতে পারবে না।
হ হ, এই জিনিসটা ভালো, ভেহিকল স্কিন অফ করা।
তাহলে ভেহিকেলের এই গ্লিচে গক গক।
গানও তো অফ মনে হয়।
গান। ভাই এরা কি সুন্দর স্পিড নিয়ে খেলে।
এর লাগে ওরা পিএমজিসি খেলতেছে ভাই।
ডর ভয় নাই। কই কই।
দেখবে এক এক প্লেয়ার দুই টিম আটকে রাখছে।
আর এদের উপরে না ওরকম পুশও যায়ও না।
ওরকম প্লেস গুলাই ধরে, মানে গেম রিড অনেক ভালো, যে কোন জায়গায় পুশ বেশি আসবে, কোন জায়গায় আসবে না। আর চেঞ্জ করে ফেলায় তো, বেশিক্ষণ হোল্ডও থাকে না এই জায়গায়। বেটার সবাই আলটিমেট খেলেন ভাই, আলটিমেট।
মেজর প্রাইজ যদি ব্যাক ডিফেন্ড করতে পারে ভালো চিকেন পেয়ে যাবে এটা।
ভাই 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 ভাই। জি জি, নাইস নক।
কি করে ফিনিশটা করতে
রে
পারবে।
ভাই কি সুন্দর ফাইটটা। বিটিআর এসে চুনা লাগাই দিল পুরো ইন্টোরে। ওর যে এইচপি ওকে ফ্রি ফায়ার খেলে জিজি এই যে কইছিলাম
বাবা গো
ও ভাই ও
মারে
ভাই ও ভাই
পুরো থোবড়া বড়া বাদ দিছে
জাস্ট বেটার ভাই জাস্ট বেটার
হ্যাঁ এককাল আমি এরকম মারতাম Never mind. ভাইয়া তোমার গাড়িতে কিছু নাই ওই গাড়ি নিয়ে বেরোইলে
অপশন নাই তো গাড়ি ওটাই শেষ শেষ আরে আরে আল্লাহ
এত দিয়ে আমার
পারিস
মতো
না
স্প্রে
পারিস
দেয়
না হয়ে গেছে
ভাই এত দিয়ে আমার মতো স্প্রে দেয় আল্লাহ আল্লাহ
ভাই 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 কি করলো ভাই ভাই জি জি ভাই শালার মূল্য ইনকরেও দিল না এ হারামির কাছে মূল্য
দেখো মেজোপ্রাইড স্প্লিটটা একটা হিলে পাঠায় রেখে দিয়েছে ইনপুট জন্য
হুম কত গাড়ি ঢুকাইছে একটা ওয়ার হাউসে তিনটা এবার পিএমজিসির কোনো ক্রেডিট আসে না ইন গেমে আমি ঢুকি নাই
কি গেলে বুঝি না
পিএমজিসির ক্রেডিট আজকে লাইফটাই গেম হয়ে গেছে একটা জিনিস হলো বিটিআর এতক্ষণ ধরে এই পাহাড় থেকে টুকাটুকি করতেছে ওগো আর পিছে কেউ আইলো না ভাই এতই লাগ মিটার গায়া মাঝখান দিয়ে স্পিরিটও এসে ঢুকাই দিছে ভাই সেরা জ্যাকসিয়ন কিল দেখাইবো হ্যাঁ পারফেক্টের কিলটাও না নাইস হলো শেষ জি 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 কইলাম না কট খেয়ে যাবো পুরা উপরের এমপি বাদে মেজর প্যাড বাদে সবগুলা কট ভাই বডি সুইমিং করতেছেন নাকি ভাই আমার তো ভাই 6
মেজর ফাইট 40+ হয়ে যাবে ম্যাচ পরে, 40-45 পয়েন্ট থাকবে ম্যাচ পরে। একের ভিতর যে কি শুরু হইছে ভাই, হইল ও আরে ভালো খেলছে, অস্থির। হুম ভাই ওই জায়গায় ওই যে এই নার্ভ কন্ট্রোল করে খেলছে। ওটাই লাগতেছে ব্রাজিলিয়ান চিকেন। ব্রো না জিজিস জিজিস না কিও আরো 3 ম্যাচ বাকি। 24টা ম্যাচ টোটাল, 424 ঠিকই তো আছে। ও
বেরোলেই তো কত
লর্ড ইংলর্ড এআই হায় কি পুষ্টা দিতে নিছিল রে বাবা। এমএসজিসি কেন লইব এখন এমনি কইরা হ্যাঁ 5 প্রাউড মোমেন্ট। ভ্যাম্পায়ার আর ইমেজি বন্ধু করুক, আলফা 7 সেকেন্ড ইয়ার লেটস গো। কি কইলাম, কি হইলো? ছি, 3v3 নাইস।
এমএস যে পাইতে পারছি না।
হুম। ভ্যাম্পায়ার খেলা দেখাই দিবে। ফিনিশ ও ভাই, খালি নক নাকি? ভ্যাম্পায়ার চিকেন ভাই, ভ্যাম্পায়ার পারবো না। নাম কই দীপাপ ভাই। যখন এমএসজি কইলাম, এমএসজির একটা নক ফিনিশ ছিল, যখন ভ্যাম্পায়ার গেলাম, ভ্যাম্পায়ার একটা নক ফিনিশ ছিল। এটা কি ভাই? হ্যাঁ বলে 1v1 বলে ভাই। তাও ভাই ভ্যাম্পায়ারের কনফিডেন্স আছে, ভ্যাম্পায়ার চিকেন ভাই দেখেন। এমএসজি ভাই লক ভাই, ফুল লক। না না ভাই, ওর তো লক ভাই, খারাইতেই পারতেছে না। এই যে স্টোন, এই নেট এই শেষ ভাই, এই যে চিকেনের নেট, এই দেখছেন ভাই? আসলে এমএসজি লক ভাই পুরা।
তো ম্যাম নেই গেলে
কি প্রথম ম্যাচে এমপি চিকেন নিল, আরেকজন কি কইলো মাস্টান দিয়া? জি 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 জি
ভাই এরা যে গেম গুলো খেলতেছে এটা
ভাই, ভ্যাম্পায়ার ভাই খেলেও ভ্যাম্পায়ারের মতোই ভাই, পুরাই। হ্যাঁ বাহ, সেই তো ভাই। বিড়ি খেতে যায়, সরে বিড়ি খেতে যায়।
coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew, move 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 the hit crew.
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
Each of us, in our own way, is fortune favoring we fade. Ignite, let the glow of our world reshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. There, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of our world reshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo Amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
डिआरएसले एकचोटि अल्फा 7लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर योचोटि नेपालको लागि फोर स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी
Kali ini, aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena...
I had questions.
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai sair campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the grand finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पर्यौँ भनेर तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो जुन चाहिँ डिआरएस र अल्फा 7लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो
Aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. Make the best win! I come, I see, and I conquer.
Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle.
challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of the fire shadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
डिआरएसले एकचोटि अल्फा 7लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर योचोटि नेपालको लागि फोर स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी
Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
I had questions.
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai sair campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the grand finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पर्यौँ भनेर तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो जुन चाहिँ डिआरएस र अल्फा 7लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो
aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win! I come, I see and I conquer. Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle!
coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew, 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 move. The hit crew. It's the hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. Move, move, move. You know how we like to move. Move, move, how we like to move. How we like to move.
I'm here with Devastations from Major Pride. You guys didn't have one of the best performances in PMSL CSA. You ended up in 5th place. How are you guys feeling in coming into PMGC?
We're feeling great. Amazing be here. We.
It's okay.
I don't know how to say a lot. Just very cool. Every day we smile and walking here. I don't know.
That's good. That's the attitude that you want to have, right? Especially coming into PMGC. Now we have played 3 matches. You guys were able to perform really well in Sandhog. How are you guys feeling now after those 3 matches and being one of the top teams in the leaderboard?
Before the games, we have a lot of problems because we don't have playing on our spots. So we changed it 2 times because a new team from China take our new spots. So we should play on new spots for us, but zones and our team play help us, and we playing good now. So we will try do the same next and more.
All right. Well, hey, it's working. I appreciate your time. It was Station from Major Pride. Back to you guys.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew, 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 move. The hit crew.
ভাই ও দিওয়ালি না দিওয়ালি খেলা ভাই কি ভাই 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 wow wow ভাই কি ভাই কত দিলে তো দেখতেন ভাই very informative question ভাই
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to move. The hit crew, 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 move. The hit crew.
side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to top. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, 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 go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, 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 go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, go that fire. Pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. We been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched to